Microphone test. Successful. Okay. Hello. And let's test the chat. Chat test successful. So, the web developer blog for the 3rd of May 2025. I've been trying to get into contact with my internet provider because I had multiple problems with connecting to the internet today. Actually, when I started this stream, I couldn't start it for 2 times because it couldn't connect to the internet. So I have been contacting my internet provider, and there's going to be a technician here at next Tuesday who's probably just going over the cables and see if everything is connected correctly. So I think this is just a formality, but this has to be done, yeah. So hopefully he either can fix something where the cable is in the basement, where it's not secured or not tight enough, because I've a problem with the internet connection every day now. Right now, it's like it's not really enough, a lot. It's like 1 or 2 times every day, and it reconnects immediately. It seems like the router or DNS server is probably just shutting down and restarting, and that is that was I'm seeing is just the symptom, but I can't confirm that. So that they're sending out a technician without really knowing what is going on, I think this is a formality that they seek where the problem actually is, because they don't manage the DNS server by themselves. I actually don't know if it's the DNS server, but it's something in their in the infrastructure of the internet provider. And the company that I have a contract with, they are providing the access to the internet, but they're then going to a provider and they pay them a little bit and they have to stay in contact, but they don't manage the infrastructure by themselves. Yeah, I think this is in Germany. The Telekom is mostly the company that is doing this stuff directly, and in Germany you have a 2 class system because of that, where most of the internet is provided by the Telekom, and I think nowadays the Telekom has a monopoly on the quality of the internet because they are the primary source and primary provider, and they own the infrastructure. So if you have a contract with them, you basically skip a middleman, and by not having this kind of additional source of potential problems, you're probably going to have a better quality. So I think it's not a good system. I always say something like that is infrastructure that should be owned by either something that is neutral, which is with a company, hard to do, or by a state, so that the state then gives out its people to other companies. Now that also would make it so that there's always a middleman, that the companies that then give you the strong contract for the internet access are always not the primary provider of the internet. So you're always going to end up with some kind of loss there, because you want to directly be in contract with the guy who owns the infrastructure. Yeah. So I see where it goes around in circles, and the company that I request there, they say they can't fix the issue itself in the infrastructure because they don't own it. Yeah, and that's where I'm like, oh yeah, so I have to go through a lot of formalities, and you basically have to use your own time and patience to stick to the problem and ensure that you get treated well and get your fix. Yeah, so that's why I say it's not a good system, because it relies on you actively stepping in and demanding a fix. But you buy something and pay every month for your internet, so it should be a self-reliant system that fixes itself. It's the same like we pay our taxes for the streets, so we rely on the streets being fixed, our towns being managed by politicians. We pay for that, so we want these things to run on their own. We don't actually want to do too much with that. Now, by having that influence on it can be good or bad, because in a democracy, for example, you can't just we found out that we can't just rely on politicians doing their work on their own, and once we take away the control, the influence by the people, or make that the politicians can do everything without any control on them, then they can get kind of into areas where they shouldn't. Yeah, there they make their own rules and don't stick to them, because they can just remake the rules according to their beliefs, on the fly. Now, in a dictatorship, there's still a lot of rules. Yeah, like if you look at China, it's a one-party system, and most of the people there still have to stick to the rules, and the rules are made by the party. You have to kind of fit in and try to provide the country with good work. But if you do something that is not liked by the leadership, and the leadership cannot always understand everything that you do, then your life basically ends in China. Yeah, you will then the party will come, fetch you, get you in a prison, and justified or not, you're out and your life ends there. That's the danger in a dictatorship. That's my belief right now. Yeah. Now there's other things that are not right in a dictatorship, especially for the normal people, that they just have to shut up about everything. That you can't have people who are who have their own pride. People have to kind of keep things for themselves, and where people are demanded not to be not to express critique, or not to they have to they have to be these kind of niche persons who always fit in, and it's something that I think is better in a democracy. That's also why I would never fit into a dictatorship, because I'm normally not that brave, but I'm too brave for dictatorship. Let's keep it like that. I'm feeling brave at the moment to start the stream. Okay, so let's go in here. We have stuff to do. And that is up. Now I'm accidentally sorting. That is work on the Brush Forger extension Parallax brush. Yeah, so we're trying to do that really fast, and we still we deleted a lot of classes yesterday, and it looks like we don't have that much deep work to do, but it's still work to do. Yeah. So while it's coming up, I'm going to the bathroom real quick. BRB. Okay, back at it again, and I will tell you the plan for today. That is, we have this monster class here, yeah, that is inside of the scripts core Parallax editor functions, and this class is big. It has, I think, 700 lines of code, so it's too big to be left like that. This is 800 lines of code, and the plan is to go in and divide and conquer this class. Yeah. So first I analyze what function do I have. Let's open Word. Yeah. So let's not just write it down like this. Make a new divided class system for Parallax. Yeah. And the first thing is summarize functions. Before we write down the classes, we have to determine what functions do we actually have and need to put into these classes. Yeah, so you can go in and make, in theory, a lot of classes, like matching the original. Yeah, so it would have a core, and then settings, and then managers. But that doesn't fit in there. We don't have anything that we want to manage, actually. Yeah. And there's also this thing in the tools. Here, over here, where this is going to be called doing scene. Yeah. And the problem that I see here is that we also call doing scene with our own custom tool. Now, you might say, what is bad about that? The bad thing is that you don't know which doing scene is going to execute first. So I maybe want to call something on the core that manages extensions, and then you have some call here that says Bosch Forger instance core, Bosch Forger core instance, and then we call the actual function that runs during scene. So that's how I imagine it might go. But I don't know what kind of functions I have that I want to do here. So this is why I have to analyze first. What kind of functions do I need, actually? I know I have, for example, open creation window. Yeah, we have the adjust tilemap reference. Adjust parallax cam reference point. Right, we could make a class for everything. Maybe that would be a good idea. Sorry. I might get a little bit goofy here. Let's not get goofy. Let's get stuff done. Okay. Let's continue and say next thing. We want to adjust parallax group settings. So because we looked over it yesterday, I can just write most of the things down from my head, and then I can just recheck again. Yeah. So normally you would go and read the code, but I've done that yesterday, so I did fly over it, and since I have written it, I have the benefit of being able to summarize it really quickly. Yeah. Hide parallax. Hide parallax transforms. Accept selected. Show all parallax transforms. So this might, I think this is everything. Oh, and then draw on multiple parallax transforms. Yeah, that's basically it. Okay, let me sit down. I think this is basically it, and I will now just go over the whole asset and look if I missed something. Yeah, but I think these are the most important things. Let me read over the Word document one more time. What we have here: delete unnecessary classes. We did that. Delete all references to timers. We did that yesterday. Make class for parallax timer creation. I don't know. Let's delete that. We are going to make a whole new structure. So the thing is, I'm too lazy to I think it would be kind of a hiccup to go in here, take this class and take out the functions, rewrite them by keeping the structure. What I want to do is to make new classes, and then in the new classes, you can just take in the part here that you need for this class. Yeah, you go for just the camera reference point, and you only take the code that you need for that, and you're done with that. Yeah. So the camera reference point, for example, I think that that can get its own class. I still have, because there's a lot of functions just dependent on that, and I think that's about it. Yeah. The cam reference point does not need anything in the actual game. So in the actual game, you can take this point out. Yeah. This. Oh, I can select the point. Oh yeah, I can select door here, but I can't select the point like this. This is interesting. I think it's just because it's a point. Yeah. So that's one thing. Okay. Yeah. So I want to continue reading through the Word document and see if I have anything left in here that I can put under functions. So make a new parallax mapping, question mark, toggle for draw on the timer. Yeah, this is like I just need to toggle where function. Where do I put the function for that? And this is really the question where I'm like, I don't know where to put the function for it. Might be a tool. I think let's say tool, parallax tool, parallax draw tool. Yeah, I think that would be the best thing. And you would have another button that you can just assign to a brush, and that button would then paint in with a parallax function. So that would be really nice. Yeah, I think that this is going to be a tool, because the tool has all the functions to where to draw on. It's not the mapping, it's the tool. And it's not the brush. The brush says this object in this scale, these kinds of objects on this scale. Yeah, I think that's how it goes. So we can maybe go new classes, parallax draw. I don't know, draw or paint tool, and it's inspector. Yeah. Then we have, doesn't it automatically make a list now? Then we have something for the reference point. I don't know that yet. Let's continue reading. Have an option to turn off automatic brush selection. That would be if you have a tool, and that would be sufficient. This is interesting. Okay, we're through the Word document. So we now know we need a parallax paint tool, an inspector, and a base player script, but we haven't written down anything for the main functions. Yeah, so you could I want to read through this big function here. We take a look again at this though. I think we might want to start with these ones today, because these are very close to being finished. Then we can go in and finish on that one. So if we finish on these, then I have less technical depth there. I know that there are things here and there and there. I don't want that. I want to keep things organized and straight. Overdoing it a little bit with the eyes lately. I have to stop buying snacks for a while, I think, because I'm overdoing it. Okay, so let's go from top to bottom and just summarize the functions that we have in here, and then we can maybe determine what kind of things we have. Then we can determine what we put in a class, yeah? The first thing is we have mouse shifting modes for the point. So I don't know the shortcuts right now, but you can shift this point just vertically or horizontally, horizontally or vertically. Yes, so that's one thing. It's absolutely useless for the point though. That's useful for painting with a brush. Yeah. So the it wouldn't belong in here with the camera point. With the camera reference point, I never used to just go straight in a line left and right. Never used that. So it's one thing. Yeah, the shifting modes. Lots of work, and it would then go and change the position, but depending on the mode, it would keep the position of this, so it would go in a straight line, left to right or up and down. And as I said, I really didn't need that, so I have to kind of get this to work with 3D. Currently, it only works on a plane. So we have this rotation change that should be in the tool. Change rotation of multiple previews. And this goes like we have to create multiple previews or multiple maps, and we have to change the rotation of these. So if I rotate them with the mouse, it's much actually you actually need that functionality to rotate things at the edges so that they look naturally. also need to have a option to rotate the Z position towards the mouse position. The base set will come in handy later. This one is important, and this one can come in. Oh, something. Let me look at something. Eh, eh. This one is weird. But with I don't know what code key this is. I think Alt E. Or Alt E. No. I think this only works in 2D. It doesn't work well though. But this is supposed to work with the mouse. For some reason it's inverted. Yeah, in the Y axis. Hmm. So this doesn't look that useful, but it's absolutely powerful to have this function. Because then you can go in here and you want to draw in a parallax effect. Yeah, you go in here and attach this to your mouse. Now, if it wasn't this buggy, it would actually work. But you attach it to your mouse, draw in, and normally you have to, if you don't do this, you have to draw it in, draw everything in, and then move the point over here. Then you draw everything in, draw in, draw in, draw in, move the point over here, draw in. But if it's attached to the mouse, you can see that you don't have to worry about things looking different than when you were drawing. Yeah, if it would work. Yeah, currently it's not working. Now I have a problem because I can't stop it anymore. Okay, I think that stopped it. Yeah. But this is a very, very important and powerful tool. So let's look. Is it in here? Yeah. So we will have to recode it in there. We'll get rid of these two modes. They are kind of worth that. They looked like they were nice, like you would paint in, and the point would stick to this position, and you draw in here, and draw. But the thing is, I didn't need that mode. I don't know why. I really can't tell you why, but when using the asset, I just never used these. I knew that they were there, but on this mode does everything that you want, and you probably it would be better to change parameters in this mode if you want to log something than to introduce two other modes. Yeah, so. Well, for now, I just want to use them all. I can write them in again if I really see that I need them. But as far as I remember, these were unnecessary. On the good side, we on the flip side, we don't need to build a complete system from the ground this time. So this is actually a very basic function. We look at the mouse shift. In the end, what it does is it just take this position, shift to this position. So once you have that, everything else is basic. Yeah. Dich. Hm? Yeah, she doesn't like that, but I think it's fine. She kind of likes it. Can see it in her tail. She's playful. Yeah. Yeah. She's also not scratching me. Oh, she really enjoys that. Yeah. You like that, huh? Luna, Cool, huh? Was liebst du? Oh, ja. Oh, wow. Komm her, du. Oh. And now I'm full of poor. So I wouldn't do this if I would interact with her more than other place. She would try to get away gently. She's gently trying to get away, and I'm gently trying to force her to stay. So this is how it goes. And there's this kind of tuck game. She tries to get away, and I try to keep her. And I try to keep it playful and try to read her a lot, so I really think that she's having fun. Now, the flip side is I can't ask her And really hope that this is not shocking experience for her. You never know. Just with other people, sometimes you have fun with other people's make jokes, and other people, some people take jokes way too serious, take everything way too serious, and really hard to have fun with them. But they only like a certain way of jokes. Others, and there's people where you can just do everything with them, and I think that's pretty cool. Not everybody is that strong. Okay, let's go down. I wanted to go from top to bottom. And you see, I'm jumping around very much. It's very hard to go from top to bottom in this code. Kind of think the regions are nice, but really jumping around too much. Is the tile map group creation. So this one does a lot of things. I think we can skip most of the code since you open up this window over here. Yeah, and take the values out of here and create your own background. However, you need this code writes them down in variables. Oh yeah, oh yeah, but it has to go through the layers. Oh yeah, and it actually uses settings already, so you can't skip that. Yeah, because in the for each loop you have to loop with the settings, and then if there's multiple layers, you have to calculate the layer. If there's a start and an end point, or then an increase, then it has to add up this how many layers you have times how much it increases. So yeah, that's something that you have to keep in mind. And this edit existing is really never did it, and I think it makes the code look weird. So I'm not a fan of that. And change the speed. No, let's actually cut down all the things. Let's maybe have a function to create parallax Transforms. Open creation window. And this is just adjust the parallax settings in a window. So previously it was like this: you create these backgrounds, and then you can select the parent, and then say, okay, now let's just change the color. But it's a little bit easier if you can just go in here and click on the painter again and have this open up and basically scan these time maps and try to get the settings in and then say, okay, I want to change something in the color change per layer or something. Yeah, I think this is, by the way, not the best way to do with it. It's better than nothing, but this one is a little bit messy. Okay, then reference point is show and hide function. And this would only go in here and set the active state. So I see that and the code is, aside from the big function over here that probably that can also edit existing. This function is big, but aside from that, the code is actually quite alright. I thought it was worse because I just see the code lines. Yeah. Let's go and show and hide tile maps. Can get those two. This one doesn't make sense. This one also doesn't make sense. It was good in theory. Then with this reference point getter. Let me see what this code was. So I think this was for rotating. I think we can get this out. Yeah. We have this offset reference point. Let's see, do we have the rotation offset in here? Yeah. And we're through. Okay, it's not that bad actually. So we have 3 errors now. Let's see if we can fix that. Okay, shift to cam ref position is out. We should look what that function was. Okay. We need that for the hotkey. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so this is everything. Yeah, there's not much more complexity to it. I mean, it just took me quite a while now just to get all these references, so it's not easy. going to get a new spice. I want to get standing for a second. Oh, my belly hurts from training. Oh. Really work out every day. Sometimes it's really nice, but it's also really relaxing to work out every day, but it's really hard to always have some kind of I don't know what is this called, pain. Sore muscles. Okay, yeah. Sometimes it's a bit annoying, but yeah, it's how it is. Okay, let's get going and get some music going. Trying to go through franchises with lo-fi music. It's 100% copyrighted, so we will get a strike here. Thankfully, it's not that bad nowadays. It just says, okay, in the recording afterwards, it will mute itself. I think you could get into trouble a few years ago when you were streaming, at least as a low-profile streamer like me, and you listen to music and then there's something copyrighted. And the problem is not that you can avoid listening to radio. The problem is that it's hard to avoid listening at all. Yeah, and you're going in there and you think it's not copyrighted, then you get a strike. Yeah. So what I want to do first is go through the smaller classes that we have. This is also the task for today at minimum. Go through the classes that we have and make sure that they work. And as a bonus for today, I would like to have the core to be divided in more classes. Like one class for the reference point. I'm still not 100% isn't sure where the functions for it is going to be. It's not going to be on the reference point though. Yeah, it's going to be in the editor. So probably it's just going to be an editor class. Yeah, that runs during scene or something. But I'm not sure. Yeah, where to put it yet. Maybe I just also won't do anything with the tools. I said, yeah, maybe doing scene. I want to do something with the what happens there. But for the cam reference point, probably you can just put it in its own doing scene function. It will work and never make a problem. Until it does, then we can find another solution and get it somehow in here. But right now we don't have the need. Yeah, so you might call that short-sighted. But I don't see why we should add the complexity over here when we don't need to yet. And now it's just going to be some work over here. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself for a while because now commenting what I'm doing if will actually make it much harder to work on the asset. Yeah. Since I now have to try to just make everything work really well. Yeah. Yeah. And by commenting on that, the problem that I see here that is that I lose a little bit of processing power that I need to be working on the asset real fast. That's why I would like to mute myself for a while now and just work. If you have any questions, just ask. Yeah, I'm going to. I'm there. Yeah, I'm listening.
who above all else desire power.
Hi, how's it going?
Yo, hello.
I'm about to start working on insulation.
It's great. It's going great, as far as I can tell for the base set. So originally on Thursday, I was saying, okay, I'm working on one thing after another for the base set. But yesterday, at the end of the stream, I really said, okay, I'm finished with the base set. So I'm working on the extension now, and the extension is the first thing that makes money then. So that's something that on a business plan is more important. But I've come up with one more thing for the base set so far when I was working on the extension. And that is to have something where I can click in here and set an offset with the mouse. But aside from that, yeah, I'm all the tests have gone through and I haven't detected anything that is missing. So currently I'm here in this parallax scene, sample scene, and this looks. This is just testing. Yeah? So I'm setting up and making all the base classes, trying to divide what I need, and get the structure. The generic structure done today as the goal for today, to just have a structure where I can stick to and don't have to think about again for at least some time, yeah, so that next time that I come up with class names, yeah, I have the list of classes that I just make and comment, yeah. But what is really nice to see is just that I now have this example over here in the main set. Can go in here, and I've drawn all this with the paint tool, yeah, with the tool, and
That's awesome. Congrats on finishing the base.
yeah, and you can kind of see the different settings that I can use to make things in a scene, so to prove and also test the base set, and show what it can do, like setting different sizes and randomizing different things. Yeah, there were some things that I still saw just with the last test, so that's kind of meh. You want the last test to go smooth, but yeah, I think with how many days I allocated to testing, I still can say this is in a very good state where it is very usable. I also tested it just exporting it to another project. Would it open immediately? Would it throw bugs? How fast can you get this to run? And you can get this to run, get it in a new project and run it in 10 seconds. So that's no errors or everything. That was very, very good. So no worries there. Yeah. So you're working on installation. What are you doing? And thank you for the congratulation.
Yes, very quick setup.
Yeah. So I have a... Oh, that's the wrong window. I have a testing folder over here. I have just a I just open a new set, a new project, empty project, and just export the thing how you get it from the asset store, and get this in there. It's easy to test with because you can just make a Unity package and then get this in a new project, and then you can see if you made any mistake.
I already did remove the old insulation and one spray for mold. I gotta do another spray, then vacuum and put new insulation.
Let me. So do you have any requirements for insulation? By the way, in Germany there is there are strict requirements on insulation, but it's also because the government wants that the apartments are more efficient with their heating system, because we want to get more independent from gas, especially from Russian gas, which is certainly a good thing to not have to buy stuff from others because you've messed up.
It can't be flammable, but I got the biggest, warmest kind.
Ah. Can't be flammable.
R38.
R38. Is that... Look at... What is R38? It is an isolation. Okay. Okay.
You can layer more on top, but one layer should be good.
Well, I know the insulation on my roof that can be improved really well, really a lot, because I'm in the winter. I'm losing a lot of heat. It's a huge issue, but it's also raining into my apartment when it's raining heavy. So yeah, that's something. So, but I have no idea about the different insulation types. Even though, what did we had? We had, so at my parents' home we had this. This rule. This is how it looks in my parents' apartment. I don't know what it's called in English. It's just some kind of wool that you put inside. And then you had the roof, this kind of wool, and then there's your normal wall. And I know there was a spot where I could climb into as a kid. Like there was between the roof and the wall, there was a small gap where nothing was really, and you could climb into there. It was really funny, and I was
Yes, attic we call it.
attic. Yeah, and in the attic, I would always crawl next to the wool, and the wool was really itchy. That's what I remember about the first thing that I remember when I see this wool is how itchy it is. Yeah, so it's something. I don't think it's that itchy, but because I was crawling inside of the attic the whole time.
Yes, the Firebird glass is itchy.
Yeah. And the worst part is you can't just rub it out, and it even sticks to you after you take a shower. Yeah, at least I had that problem. But probably I'm messing something up. How do you get that off? I want to see attics. I think the space between the roof and the wall here behind this wall, this is where I could crawl in. I actually never did this after a couple of years. I don't know. I think the attic then was just disclosed, and we didn't have any access to it.
My attic doesn't have a floor, so I can just pull the old insulation out.
It doesn't have a floor. Ah, you mean, yeah, so if this is a floor, the wood panels here, then you can just access the insulation directly. Yeah, if it's of course a choice, yeah, if that's your choice. And I don't know how much space you would have on top. Now, normally the attic is used to just store different things. Yeah, my parents also they have this kind of ladder where you go on top, but I think where I could crawl in was not the attic. It was just a space in between this wall and this rooftop that was kind of unusable. I think that it depends a little bit on the house. Yeah, I don't know. Truly, I actually don't find a picture of that yet. But like here at that wall, there's something behind, and you could crawl into that space. And it was really small. I could barely fit in as a kid. I probably don't know if you would be able to fit in as an adult. So that's why I'm a little bit like, what was that? Yeah, like in this triangle. This is where I could crawl in. Yeah. Okay, cool. Do you have a big attic or something smaller? Like you could make it oh no, not a server room. I wanted to say you can fit in a server.
Some attics are big, some super small. Mine is big but not big enough to stand.
Yeah, so okay, so that sounds very average. Most attics are not standable. I think we are used to attics, to seeing attics where you can walk in because of movies, Because in the movie, if you have attics where you can't stand, that's hard to film, and also it's harder to make any good script with that. But I usually think like, yeah, this is like I think we should use attics, but we can't for legal reason or something. I don't know. I'm always a little bit confused why we don't use that space. It's usually just used for storing things. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot space in the house that we usually don't use. And when I think of the attics in my parents' house, it was dark and dirty, and there were some things stored in it, but it was mostly empty. Yeah, because we didn't use it. Because crawling up there and down with the ladder, with this kind of ladder where you get to go up and down, it's kind of these ladders are kind of they don't feel so safe. So it's hard to go up and down while carrying something heavy. Yeah. Not this one. It's like this one. Yeah, you go up there. But this ladder, it actually feels like when you're going up and down on a ladder like this, like the ladder would break at any step. So I was always like, how does this thing even support me? Yeah.
Yeah, I just use a normal ladder.
You just use a normal ladder. Probably be better than this. Do you have do you have something to get access, or do you just get the ladder? You should have some kind of I don't even know the German name. Something that a panel that you can pull down. Or do you just have
The main room doesn't have a ceiling, but I will put a door when I put one.
So you just don't have a door, yeah? What I'm looking, a hatch. You mean you don't have?
Insulation is exposed from below.
Okay, doesn't that defeat the purpose a little bit? Like, this is insulated, and you don't have a panel or a door or a hatch here, or whatever you call it, that the whole air, cold air goes down or hot air goes down, and you have exchange. Kind of a weak spot then.
Right, but I don't have anything above me in the main room, just insulation. I didn't put sheetrock yet.
Let me look that up. Sheetrock. What? What is sheetrock? What's that? Are these? Is that the
Like
panel?
those guys. They
Ah,
are putting the panels.
yeah. Okay, yeah, these panels. Okay, this is something that I usually just don't know how it's called in any language, even my own. It's I have to even in German I have to search for the word. What is this thing? Just forgot. I once knew the name. Yeah, forgot. Yeah, Regipsplatten. Yeah, no, I have the word in German. Yeah. You can have so much fun in real life. Yeah. I also want to build a house one day. Probably I will move to the Netherlands and build a house there and settle down. That's actually what I think that what I will do, because the Netherlands are just they have a lot of benefits and are a little bit more modern than Germany. But yeah, you have to worry about my job first, yeah, and how to do that. I'm not actually learning Dutch, but yeah, it will take some years until you can actually find a job in the Netherlands with enough knowledge in Dutch, yeah. But you can have so much fun by just building a house. And it's something that I'm really jealous about. You earn money.
I've been trying to work on my
build your
house
house.
after work, but
Yeah.
it's going too slow. Next week I will call some people to help.
Yeah, that's cool. I think this is like Minecraft in real life. I mean, I also like to craft in my own house. Yeah, just because I just like things to look really nice and to design my own life and optimize for that. Yeah. Now I don't know what kind of look are you going for. So when I watched your stream, it looked like you're just trying to live there, or like a lot of things seemed like a temporary setup. But are you trying to just get everything first to work at all, so you just have a house that you don't have to worry about? Or are you trying to go for a certain style, like it has to look natural, or going for a more modern, stylish thing? Like this is.
I wanna either sell or rent this house and just camp for a while.
So you pretty much don't have to care. So do you want to settle down somewhere? Ever? Or you would just camp? How would you camp? Would you camp in a trailer? Would you camp wherever you can? Would you go from hotel to hotel? Yeah. Just because you can. Probably, yeah, as a programmer, you may have the chance, though. To live in hotels is very expensive, I guess.
For now I would use my car and sleep with her in that OR tent. This house came with land, so when I sell it I will keep the land to camp. Then if I get more land or another house with land, I will have other places to camp. But also there's public forests.
So you are allowed to camp in the forest? That's interesting. So in Germany, it's not allowed to camp in the forest at all. Like, maybe look at that up. Yeah, it's immediately saying it's not allowed to camp in the wilderness. You can sleep outside.
Yes, some of them. State forests and national forests you just can't be by a trail or stream.
Okay. So you can, in Germany, you can sleep outside, but as soon as you use anything, a tent, just it's practically not possible to sleep outside legally. Yeah. So yeah. Like this is barely legal because the thing underneath, I think this is illegal. But just like this, I think this is legal in Germany to camp like this. But yeah, then you are very exposed, to be honest. So it has it's downs. That's not for everybody. Unfortunately, I'm one of the people who have really hard a lot of problems with sleeping in the open. I think I'm just not used to it, so maybe that's the problem. But when I'm not sleeping at my house, I always take some kind of earplugs so I can sleep better. But when I'm not sleeping in my own house, I kind of have problems to get used to that. Maybe I'm just a big pussy, yeah?
I like to have a fan running if there's noise.
A fan? That's odd. Yeah, that's a little bit odd, but if it works, yeah. Maybe it's like some random noise that you put in there to confuse your brain, like in lofi or lofi music, the thing that I'm listening right now, where there's random noise mixed in, and there's people who say that this actually helps.
You like white noise, they say.
Yeah. Do you like white noise? Now that's an odd question, but white noise in music or noise in movies, like in older movies.
I don't like the machines that make white noise, but I like the fan noise to sleep.
Machines.
Cause they have some machines that are made just for white noise.
Okay. So, in the movie Alien, let me try to find a screenshot. There's noise in the movie. Unfortunately, I don't find a good picture that explains that well. Pretty much because it's just a very old movie. Like if you look at this picture here, this is how the movie really looks like, and that's not a thing because it's digital. This is how the actual movie looks like. It even looked this way back in the day. Maybe a little bit less, but if you zoom in here, don't know how well you see that on stream. You see that noise on the skin of this lady or on the cheek of this guy. Yeah, I think it's even more obvious on this panel though, because this panel is one big panel. And do you have an opinion if this is good or bad? Because there's people who really argue that this helps them feeling immersed in a movie, or that this tricks them more into believing that this is a real location. You haven't noticed? Okay. You see this a lot in 80s movies, and there's more behind it. That's why I specifically chose Alien 2. Oh, it's Aliens. Sorry.
You mean the white reflection?
If you look at this panel here, you can see. Let me look if you can see that on the stream. But you can see noise, random points on this panel. This panel is not one color, yeah, in the movie, but it's in reality it's just a flat panel and it doesn't have any noise on it. But through the cam, through the technique that they had at the time, the resulting picture turned out to have quite some noise, and that was not because they intended to. The director said they wanted the best picture that they had, that they could make, but at the time they couldn't make it any better. Yeah, let me see if I can see it on my stream though. You can see it on my stream. It's on the stream. It's not that clear, but you can see the noise over here, like here on the cheek. It's very clear that this has a lot of noise. And the story behind is, the directors actually pushed technology in the re-releases of the DVD, Blu-ray and the last release to reduce the noise, and there's fan backlash against that the fans say they want the noise back because the noise is for them an important feature of the movie. Yeah, and that's why I was like trying to get your opinion before I give out that information that this has a story behind that. I think it's just a matter of taste, what you like more. Re-release comparison. Let's try to find a comparison. The newest one has been remastered with AI, so it's really hard to find a comparison though. Unfortunately, I don't find the picture. I don't think you can see that on stream. Now on stream you don't actually see a difference. And then actually you can see. So the left one is way less noisy, where they tried to remove the noise. But since they used AI, to remove the noise, the AI sometimes messed up with the picture where it would recognize things that were not there, or were mistakes in the picture quality, which happened over the time, were enhanced and made even worse. Yeah, and it's really hard to recognize, but you can see that I think over here. Unfortunately, it's hidden by my cam. You can also see this bar over here. It's completely flat over in this picture, and in this picture this has a lot of noise. And this is actually not because of YouTube compression. This is the picture, and what is special about this re-release, where they really improved the picture quality by a whole lot by using AI and AI image recognition. But they also got a little bit of bad backlash, where the AI would form random objects in noisy backgrounds, and it was only visible for a couple of frames, but people picked that out and said that this is a thing why AI actually sucks. And I think they did a really good job on this, where I compare these, and this picture here is much more crisp. There's another thing with noise in music, where people say that noise in on that old plates in all record discs, and that these actually enhance the quality, and that the record discs are much better overall, because they are not digital, and the people who are pushing the technology and know about that, they say that this is not true, because the record disc had more problems, and the noise is more of a byproduct that was never wanted, and now people think that's a feature. Yeah.
Automod blocked my message.
Oh no, sorry, I can allow it. You mean more? Amazingly, no, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't know why Automod blocked that, so I allowed that. Interesting. What I don't know what Automod saw there, where it thought that it has to block it. So I don't mind. The only thing is I won't be streaming for long though, because currently in Germany it's it's already 20:30, so it's really late, and yeah, I won't be streaming too long. Now I often say that, and then I stream until 2 a.m. But just giving that warning that I probably will be offline in an hour or so.
You above all else desire power.
It's over now.
Okay, so I'm finished for today. So I actually was going through the classes, and then I saw, okay, in this list I have this player base script. So I can go and cut that out. I also created a parallax paint tool and parallax paint tool inspector. So that is good. Here in the scene, we can now see there's a new scene. For an example, where we have this player script, and the camera smoothly follows the player. Now you could maybe change the speed of the cam, so then you see that the cam is a little bit more smoother. I think that it's a little bit more nice at speed of 5. Yeah, and that's basically what this does. Yeah, it's a very, very easy example. Now we still are missing the parallax effect, so the background. This is what we are actually working on. So why am I making this early? The reason is not that I need this to test, because the drawing in the function and everything is going to be tested in the editor, because we have this reference point that makes testing like this obsolete. We're not going to test like this, and this is just the example that's nice to have. So the reason why I test like this is actually why do I test it like this? Actually, I don't know. It was fast to make. Yeah, I saw that I needed to do these classes today. That I needed to make these classes, and since making a basic player like this is basic work for me, since yeah, this is the I don't know how many times that I make a player. It's just a really easy practice to make a player, and then I see just some things that I need to change and everything. Yeah, I knew that I can do this in a couple of hours, and I'm not that much over time. So yeah, here's the example player that you can now just go in and play. I will set this value to 5 though. So put this as a default in here, so that you have nice default values. So I like the player to be a little bit more snappy and faster. The player, how I set him here, most people wouldn't. I think most developers don't like that too much. Yeah. Yeah, the values. Yeah. Over here, they're not that important actually. This is. Let's give more documentation though. Upper point and lower point gives you, it's a little bit better than point 1 and 2. And the upper point, actually we don't need this extension, because it was extending the player upwards for the capsule. I don't want this. I only want this downwards. Downwards, I think it's okay to extend the player a little bit, but upwards, I don't need that. Yeah. Then I need to make sure that the player at the start does not connects with the box down here. Yeah. But aside from that, I think this could be smaller, so we don't want to detect the ground on the sides. Yeah, so this is something. And then I want to look at something. I think it's a little bit jittery when moving left and right. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see that on the stream, that it jitters. I'm not sure if this is edit mode only. It's not jittery when jumping up and down, but to the sides it's a little bit of jitter. So it could be because it's fighting itself over here, but it shouldn't. Let's maybe remove this. This is the slow down function. So now we should actually go very fast. I think it's still jitters. Let's make him really slow. Now, what will happen here is he will go maximum speed all the time. But I think yeah, I think that there's something that is not in the build. Because right now we are not doing anything. Okay, let's go on. Here in the list, we have this draw on multiple parallax transform toggle. Yeah, we just divided what we have to do. We still need to implement all these things. There's nothing done here. We just did go through everything. You can see that everything is right here because I restructured the whole project a little bit. So the good thing is the sample now is finished, so I can go out here and never touch it again. Yeah, that's why this is also one of the reasons why I do it early. That I knew, okay, this is a task for today that I can finish actually, and then I know I have something for the stream today, and when I finish the stream, in the end, I can say, okay, it's done. Nice. Let's move on. And then we have these classes. I think the amount of classes looks alright. One of these classes will go, but we don't have that much code. So I think about 10 classes over here should be enough. Yeah. So we have 700 lines of code in one class here, and that has to be split into other classes. One of them is over here, the camref point, and with the other classes, I still have to make a decision how to divide this huge class over here, 700 lines of code, into other classes. But for now, I can just put the first code here in that camref point manager next time, and by doing that, I will have to go through the code over here and read it. Yeah. So by doing this task, putting the code inside of here, I can make sure that I understand this code again a little bit better, and then I can make a better decision on what to move from this code into another class over here. Yeah. And that's why I'm not making another decision here to make the next big class where I know where I'm not sure yet what to put inside. Yeah, like I know that there's a little bit of handling for an offset point, but where is that going to be? Is that going to be in here? Is that going to be in the tool? This is something that I can decide later. Right now I can put a lot of code in here and have a good next task, and that's why I say, okay, let's focus on that first, and after I'm finished with that, I can come back to the 700 lines of code, divide them a little bit more, and try to make try to evaluate what to do, because I know this method here. These are 200 lines of code. And this method here cannot be split up. Yeah, this method is the creation process, and it just goes here. It goes in here, calculates a bunch of values, and initiates these time maps. You can split this method into sub methods, but in itself, it should be in one class and stay there and not get out of there. Yeah. So this is why I'm hesitant to make more classes, because I just see 2 instances what I can do here. Yeah, probably want to get out this whole code, and this, I think this is a good goal, to get this code out. And this also would then mean to that I need to make some kind of rotation function. Okay. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. Next time is going to be the next division of code, and I don't know if we are going to start on the tool, but hopefully it won't take too long. I think the time that we are going to work on the tool is Monday, but maybe if we're lucky, we are going to do that tomorrow at the later time of the stream, after dividing the code into editable chunks to keep everything in a nice observable state where you can go in with the class name and still understand what is going on, instead of having everything in one method where you go through, and I feel it by myself. I go through and I don't really like to read all that, because I scroll up and down. I like more to have class names that make sense with regions, with the regions that there are in there. That's a nice help, but I think classes are just better. Okay, thank you for tuning in. See you next time. Bye.